Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our regular meeting of council here on Tuesday, August the 27th. And I'd just like to start with our land acknowledgement. In the spirit of respect, reciprocity, and truth, we honor and acknowledge the Mokitas and the Treaty 7 territory and the oral practices of the Blackfoot Confederacy, Siksika, Kainai, Piikani, Ethiko Nakota Nations, Chiniki, Bearspaw, Goodstoney, and Tsuut'ina Nation. We acknowledge that this territory is home to the optimistic Métis government and the Métis Nation with Alberta District 4. Finally, we acknowledge all nations, Indigenous and non, who live, work, and play on this land, and who honor and celebrate this territory. This sacred gathering place provides us with an opportunity to engage in and demonstrate leadership on reconciliation, and we are honored to have you join us on Treaty 7 territory. With that, today's a bit of a special day, and it's a mixed emotions day, as today is our last council meeting with officially having Mr. Doug Legore and Mr. Pat Vincent in attendance. And for those of you who don't know, Mr. Pat Vincent has a very strong 3 rules, and his rule number 1 is no surprises. And I'm sorry, Mr. Vincent, I'm about to shatter that rule, one that no surprises. Really going to blow that up. So what's going to be happening here is we've invited the staff from all of our locations to come and join us for the start of our meeting. So behind the scenes, I don't know how many rules have been bent by me speaking with some staff to have our staff from City Hall, from City Ops, and from our Environment Center over to come and join us for the start of today's meeting. Secondly, as part of our moment of reflection, each council member is just going to take a moment to honor with some words of thank you to Mr. Pat Vincent. And I'm actually, this time I would like to start to my right, starting with Miss Kieran Randawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good morning, everyone. Actually, Pat, thank you for your service. We really appreciate it because of the day you came to our city, and we feel really comfortable in the situation we've been through, and everybody feel very comfortable with your experience, and you save our city. We love Chestermere, and I cannot say much today because of the heavy heart. Thank you so much for your service.
Councillor Schindler.
When December came around and you guys came to our city, Doug was already here keeping watch, and Pat came to take over the CAO position. People here were struggling, and we probably didn't see any light at the end of the tunnel. And you guys provided that for us. When we were doing our chalk party out front, someone wrote, "Everyday heroes work here." You guys were, I believe, our heroes, both for the citizens and the staff. I can't thank you enough for what you guys have done for us, and certainly as a council, what you've set up for us to knock it out of the park. There's no words that I can say to thank you enough, and to say that you guys are my personal heroes. So I hope to live up to your example on council, and I will do my best every day to make sure that you're proud of at least me, and at least everyone here in the city of Chestermere going forward. Thank you so much.
Councillor Sameh.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm not really a crier, but I'm gonna share a personal story, and I think I probably will tear up. Pat, I don't think you remember the first time. Hold on, just 1 second. Aw, thanks, buddy. You don't remember the first time we met, but I do. Several years ago now, I was a new mom. Ooh. This is pretty personal to me. Okay. Several years ago now, I was a new mom, learning how to integrate my baby into my life without losing who I was as a person. So imagine my heartbreak when the first time I attended a council meeting with my young child. She was fussy and could not be consoled. I snuck out of council chambers feeling embarrassed and sad that participating in things I cared so much about was harder now. Pat, that was when you were CAO in Chestermere the first time. You made a point of coming out into the lobby when council recessed, telling me that we were welcome. I think that you are one of the reasons I'm sitting up here today. That 2-minute conversation made such an impact to me, and I really needed to hear it that day. When it was announced that you were appointed as interim CAO once more, I remembered that conversation, and I breathed a sigh of relief that the staff would have a leader as people-focused as you at the helm. Pat, for all the many qualities you possess as a leader, it is your heart that truly sets you apart. I am grateful to know you. And to you, as well as Doug, on behalf of all the people who know what you've done for Chestermere, and especially all the people who don't, thank you.
Councillor Wozinowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Good morning. I've got a story.
A quote.
I do have a quote as well. And my story is, getting to know, I'm a people person, so I like to get to know others, what makes them tick. And when I met Pat, it was pretty much all business at the beginning, but then I got to know him a little bit along the way. And this story exemplifies Pat to a T. Early in his life, you all may know, for those who know Pat, he suffered a major accident that changed his life completely. Pat didn't sit back. He was a world-class athlete, and I'm sure already on a strong path on his career. He didn't sit back, looked life right back in the face, and took ownership of that experience. And I'm sure, and I see that some of the firefighters are here. There's a book that I saw on the shelf over there called Extreme Ownership. It's a heavy read. But Pat, intrinsically motivated, but also takes extreme ownership of everything he does in his life. And that example of him owning that trauma, I'm sure has been exemplified throughout his whole life in everything he does. He leads by example, leads from the front, and I will leave you with one quote. Leadership is about taking less credit than you deserve, less credit than you deserve and more blame than you deserve. And that's Pat Vincent. So thank you, Pat, for being with us, along this journey.
Councillor Narayan.
Thank you, Worship. Good morning, everyone, and good morning, Pat. I'm not going to tear up. This is the second time I'm saying goodbye to you, and he just keeps coming back. With any power, that is bestowed upon me, I'm giving you the honorary citizenship of this particular city, and you're always welcome here.
Do we need a motion for that?
Not where I come from.
Our former official administrator is still here. He might.
I saw you.
He's got that face back on over in the corner.
Take a double take. Is like.
Yeah, I saw that. I did see that.
You just do that.
Sorry, Councillor Narayan.
No, that's all right. No, we were in uncharted, very choppy waters. We did get the beacon of light, and when Doug Lagore came in, but somebody had to take us out of the choppy waters into safety, and that's where you came in. I will admit that I did say a small prayer, hoping that it would be you coming in to take control of that of that vessel. So here we are. Like I said, you're always welcome, and many of us and many residents will never forget and will always be indebted for your services. So thank you so much.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, everyone. I mentioned last time we spoke that it wasn't lost on me how privileged we were to have both yours and Doug's guidance and mentorship as we ventured on this path new to us. I feel very privileged to have met you both. You both are shining examples of what leaders in any community should be. And I'm proud to have known you and hopefully call you friend and see you in the future.
I have two correspondents that I'd like to read. One is from Mr. George Cuff. And from Mr. Cuff, he said, when I took on the engagement from Alberta Municipal Affairs to conduct the inspection of Chestermere, I had no idea how taxing that would be and how much angst I would feel in trying to deliver a first-rate report which covered the most important bases without overstating my findings. I also had no idea what would follow the report. I admit to being thrilled by the government's choice of Doug Legore as counsel and Pat Vincent as CAO. Pat has had the enviable record as Premier CAO, who combines common sense judgment with an effervescent personality. George's got to use smaller words, with which breathes new life into any organization which is struggling. His service to local government as an administrator is unparalleled. Pat, may God bless you and Sally as you ponder life's next challenges. Thank you for your service and for stabilizing a broken system. George B. Cuff. Miss Patty Sproul sent in a write-up, and she said, I've had the distinct pleasure of working with Pat Vincent twice since 2018. Pat is a consummate professional who inspires confidence in colleagues and community leaders alike. His innate ability to put others at ease makes them feel that they are always on a level playing field. When Pat returned to serve the city of Chestermere in December, I breathed a sigh of relief. I knew there was no one better for the top job, especially given our unique situation. Pat values teamwork, collaboration, and government-community partnership. Unique art forms that badly needed to be restored here. Pat, I am certain that your great knowledge and expertise will be sorely missed by everyone who has had the good fortune to work with you, but I, for one, will miss your reassuring hugs just as much. And with that, just to conclude some final comments, I just want to say a personal thank you to both Mr. Legore and Mr. Pat Vincent. To Mr. Legore, I've said this before. The speech that Doug gave on his second last day officially sitting in this chair was a personal challenge. It is something that has been imprinted on me as a leader, and as he gave that speech, I took that as a personal challenge. For however long I have the privilege of being able to sit in this chair, I watched that speech. I listened to that speech. I've watched it back, and I just took it as a personal challenge of that's the kind of elected official I want to be. I want to be someone who serves with that kind of passion and that kind of motivation and that kind of care for the community. And for Pat, I just want to say thank you for the multiple ways you have served this community, brought safe, stable, and transparent leadership to staff, mentored council, and sacrificed so much that our community could heal, grow, and move forward together. And so to Mr. Legore and to Mr. Pat Vincent on your kind of official last day, I just thought that it was appropriate as a moment of reflection to hear from all of council, and I would like to offer a standing ovation from the staff and council for the work that you have done. Thank you. Pat told me last night he wasn't going to cry. I took it as a personal challenge. With that, we have to do the move on and do actual business. So to everyone in the room, you are more than welcome to stay, but I am sure you have lots of other tasks that you may be wanting to get to. So staff, thank you for indulging me with this, for us to be able to honor Pat on his last day. Pat, I thought I wanted to do it this way because I thought it was good for us. You've got you and Doug, so much experience within the municipal world, and I thought for us to do it officially, I know that we have some staff things coming up, but for us to do it officially inside of a council meeting, I couldn't think of a more appropriate way for us to honor you than to do it in the public, in the world in which you have served so well for so long. So thank you. With that, I got to do the awkward transition now, and that is to call for to move forward with the approval of the agenda. Yeah. We're just giving everybody a moment to. I think we're okay. Okay, great, thank you. With that, we'll proceed now with the rest of our meeting, and we have updates and approval to the agenda. We do have some additions to the agenda, and I just want to confirm. So it would be appointments, and those appointments will be for CDAC, HSAB, and CMRB. Is that correct? Oh, you're putting it on right now. Awesome, thank you. So for CDAC committee, HSAB, and CMRB alternate.
Just a point of order, it's the Grant Adjudication Committee, not.
Thank you. Appreciate that. And then then CMRB alternate. Great, thank you. With that, Council, does anybody else have any other amendments to the agenda? Hearing none, seeing none from administration. Can I have a council make the motion, please? Councillor Schindler.
I move that council approve the August 27, 2024 regular council meeting agenda with the following amendments. Add agenda item 7.7, appointments to CEDAC and GAC and CMRB alternate. Also add agenda item 7.8, council's report card.
Great, thank you. Comments, questions? Call for the vote. And that's past Kallen. Can we get this? Can we get it on the TV up here as well so that I can see it without having to look over my shoulder? It's just easier for me that way. It's still not up there. We'll keep going, but if we could have that up there, that'd be great. Moving on to the approval of the minutes, we have the approval of the August 13th, 2024 regular meeting minutes. Can I have a councillor make the motion to approve the minutes, please? Deputy Mayor Grant.
I move that council approve the August 13, 2024 regular meeting minutes as presented.
Comments or questions? Call for the vote. Thank you, Kallen. And that's passed unanimously. And then we have the August 20, 2024 governance and priority meeting minutes. Have a councillor make that motion, please. Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council approved the August 2024 governance and priority meeting minutes as presented.
Comments, questions? Call for the vote. Yeah, it's working now. Thanks, Kallen. And that's carried. Moving on now to item 5.1, the variance analysis report, January to March 2024, presented by Sandy Jo Hallwatt, our City Director of Corporate Services.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Sandy Johal-Watt, and I'm the Director of Corporate Services. I'm here to present the Q2 variance analysis January through June 2024. I just wanted to take a moment to acknowledge the hard work of Ann Ty, who helped put this information together for Council, as well as Ty Temesta and his team for making it very visually beautiful. So just diving in, Council recommendations, we are recommending that Council accept the Q2 variance analysis January to June 2024 report as information. Subject, background, Finance has prepared a Q2 variance analysis for the months of January to June 2024 for review. Risk, regular and prudent review of city finances ensures expenditures remain within budgetary amounts. Failure to do so creates a risk of overexpending, therefore breaching the MGA. Previous reports, Council decisions. Q1 January to March 2024 variance report. Recommended options. We are recommending that Council accepts the Q2 variance analysis January to June 2024 report as information. The purpose of this report is to provide 2024 year-to-date January to June 2024 second quarter financial activities. Staff is seeking a motion from Council to accept the presentation as information. I've provided here a short agenda from pages 1 through 11. Highlights and remarks in this report. Budget numbers were based on final budget approved in May 2024. Municipal taxes and education taxes calculations were based on the actual assessment report and matched with the tax rate bylaw approved in May 2024. Budget year-to-date taxes include supplementary taxes. Amortization expenses were calculated based on the budget. Actual amortization expenses will be adjusted at year-end. Expenses and revenues included accrual payables such as RCMP contract, electricity and gas, and RCMP grant. Capital projects approved by interim CAO on a case-by-case basis. Highlights. Revenues exceed budget due to the high volume of building and development permits issued. Overall, total revenues and expenses were comparable to budget. So now we'll dive into the meat of this presentation. Please note that the summary of revenues and expenses by department is depicted here in chart form. Total revenue, 62.609008, which is the balanced budget that was presented in May 2024. Total expense, 62.609, which matches with the total revenues for a balanced budget. Total revenue versus expenses, 3.529.046 million. Summary of revenues by category. Total expenses and revenues, 62.609 million. Year-to-date 2024 actual versus budget, 589,475.01. This is a summary of revenues by category indicating a visual presentation of the 2024 actual versus budget. And as you can see, the budget versus actual is quite online with each other. Summary of revenues by category. Licenses and permits included business licenses, animal licenses, residential development permits, C2 and changes in use development permits, building permits, gas, plumbing, electrical, and HVAC permits. Sale of goods and user charges included franchise fees, fines, subdivision administration costs, certificates of compliance, subdivision requests, engineering inspections, boat launch fees, and other general miscellaneous revenue. Summary of expenses by category. So this slide shows a line-by-line graph of the various buckets that we have in the 2024 actual versus budget. So you'll see that the majority of the variance is held in the salary and wages benefits for a total of $868,507. Summary of expenses by category, 2024 actual versus budget. Other contracted and general services include licenses and permit expenses, postage expenses, subscription and membership fees, census contracting services. Staff expenses include travel and subsistence, employee recruitment costs, other allowances and benefits, mileage, moving expenses, training and development, and lastly, clothing and shoes. I'm sorry, I might have breached the shoe budget. I apologize in advance. Transfers to organizations and individuals include contributions to the library, contributions to the rec center, payment to WID, and lastly, community service program supports for organizations such as the Food Bank, Synergy, and community grants for other organizations and individuals. So this graph indicates the summary of expenses by category, and as you can see, the budget versus actual is quite online with each other. And this last chart depicts the active capital projects from 2024 to January to June 2024. So this is a very detailed list of the projects that were in the capital budget and the budget amounts, year-to-date actual versus budget, and funding sources, for a total of $3.9,135,000. Conclusion, staff is seeking a motion from council to accept the Q2 variance January to June 2024 as information. And I just wanted to provide some commentary in regards to this report for council, which might answer some questions. I stand here as a designated accountant, CPA with a master's in finance, to share with you that I endorse the position that the city is in currently. We are in the positive $3.589 million. The majority of the variances come from staffing, salary and wages, as well as the accounts that are associated with salary and wages, such as training and development. Amortization is booked at the end of the year. There are repairs and maintenance variances that haven't hit the budget to date. So we are, again, in a very strong financial position. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I might supplement the comments, I'm surprised Ms. Johal Watt saved the big bang to the end. I thought she wanted to share the good news right at the outset and set the stage. We are in significantly strong financial positions. Just to reiterate, $3.5 million to the positive. I think that speaks volumes for the care and attention that's provided to taxpayers' dollars. I'm very, very happy with this report. And be assured you will be receiving the quarterly reports at the end, in October, at the end of the third quarter, September, and the same at probably a January of 2025 when you have the fourth quarter results in as well. Fantastic job, Sandy, and to your entire staff.
Thank you, Mr. Vincent. I can take any questions as council and mayor may have at this point in time.
Great, thank you. First, I'd like to have the motion put up, please, for to accept for information. Councillor Warzanowski.
Motion that council accept the second quarter variance analysis January to June 2024 report as information.
Before calling for the vote, are there any comments, questions about the variance report? Councillor Warzanowski.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Dean. Through the chair, administration, to you, Ms. Johal Watt. I did a quick calculation, and we are within 1% of actual versus budget. However, I have a question. The question is, we just approved the budget, I think it was 2 weeks ago, and it was about 10% versus the original budget from the beginning of the year to the adjusted approved budget as of 2 weeks ago. So great news that we're in surplus and our financial position. Is it because we approved the budget halfway through the year that it's a lot closer to what our actual is, because we approved the budget only 2 weeks ago, and that's why we're only 1% off? Does my question make sense?
If you could elaborate a little bit, Councillor.
Yeah, so we approved the budget a few weeks ago, and then you just reported on the actual.
Yes.
2 weeks later. Is that why it's so remarkably close?
It's close for a variety of reasons, in that the expenses that were approved, that's what the directors and the staff went by. That's the best answer I can kind of give you at this point in time. The interim budget was approved in December, so that allowed us the guidance under the MGA to start the projects and such. But unless Pat and Kent have anything to add off the top of my head.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, I would add that the budget that this newly elected council approved just a few weeks ago was very similar to that was approved in May by the official administrator. Mm-hmm. So there was a little bit of very little variance from that budget to the budget recently approved. I'd say that we've been on course monitoring the expenditures and have been fortunate to have the additional revenues that we have generated because of the amount of development going on. That accounts in a large part, and also, as mentioned, the vacant positions on city staff. So those two factors, I think, but the actual budget to budget is very similar. So that would account for the 1% variance.
Good.
One last question. Thank you, Mayor Dean, and through the chair, administration, to you, Ms. Jahal Watt. Maybe a question actually to you, Mr. Vincent. You'd mentioned that we're getting the quarterly reports. Are they brought to council, or are they just sent to us quarterly and we review the budget biannually?
Mr. Mayor, through the chair to all members of council, they are publicly presented documents on a quarterly basis. Not only should we be reporting to council, but through that particular mechanism, we report to the residents of the city of Chestermere and keep them fully informed. Council's commitment to openness and transparency is paramount, and it's reflected through that particular process.
Excellent. Thank you.
Through the chair to mayor and council, if I may add to that, it's part of our due diligence process to ensure that, I was going to say semester over semester, Q1 versus Q2, that we are ensuring that our expenses are in line with the budget. So I work quite closely with our controller and Ty to ensure that there's no expenses outside of the pre-approved budget.
Excellent. Glad to hear it.
Thank you. I think Ms. Jo Hall-Watt just demonstrated she's a parent getting ready for back to school here with this semester.
Yes.
Is there any, Councillor Narayan?
Thank you, through your worship, to Ms. Johal Watt. Just looking at the summary revenues and expenses by department, I just had needed some clarity between community operation expenses, which I think I understand, but there's this other item, community safety expenses. If you can, I'm just trying to understand what comes under that category.
Mr. Mayor, I can jump in and offer a quick explanation. Community operations will be our public works, road transportation, parks, etc. Community safety will be fire, CPOs, RCMP contract.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you. Through the chair to Ms. Johal Watt. My question is about the revenue streams and how we've rolled our franchise fees into general revenue. I think, is that helping our budget at the end of the day, is having those franchise fees come in as general revenue instead of as a separate fund going to future infrastructure?
Through the chair to Mayor and Deputy Mayor Grant, yes, it is incorporated into our budget, into the corporate services line item. So we don't have franchise fees allocated to a specific project or infrastructure project like in the past.
And I'm not sure if this is the appropriate venue for it, but I would like to hear what that number is at some point of what we are actually collecting.
Sure thing. I can bring that back to council via email after this meeting.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Deputy Mayor, would you also want that as part of the 2025 budget process to see how that number is broken out? Is that also what you're asking?
Yes, please, Mayor.
Okay. Yes, because I believe before it was going to the RCMP building, and now we are done with that, the paying off of that project, so to speak.
Through the chair to the mayor and council, that is correct.
Okay. Councillor Ryan?
Thank you, Worship. And just further to that, isn't there a policy that goes with it? I believe which was amended sometime back, and maybe even bringing back that policy at some point would be valued to council. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I just had one quick question under the project. So I see that this is this is under active capital projects, that section. Page 9 of your report, page 25 of our agenda. Good. Okay. So item 6233035 through to 6235016. These are the ones then that we had initially spent money on, but then were canceled with the motion from the official administrator to put on hold the purchasing. Is that what these ones were? I just flagged them as those items there.
Through the chair to mayor and council, as my memory serves me correctly, I think that is correct.
Okay.
Yes, they were held in abeyance per Mr. Lagore's guidance.
Right, so this was the initial,
Yes,
what we spent, and then it
Yes.
was put on abeyance after that.
to date, to June 2024.
Right, okay, thank you. Mr. Edney?
Yeah, if I may, through the chair, just for clarity, they're on hold, not necessarily canceled.
Yes, thank you. So that's what I meant. Thank you. Thanks for that correction. I appreciate that. With that, then, I do believe we have the motion on the floor already. It was made by Councilor Warzanowski to accept for information. If there's no further questions, if everybody's comfortable, I would call for the vote.
Oops, sorry.
There we go. Thank you, and that's carried.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on now to our bylaws section. We are on bylaw 6.1, amending the procedural bylaw, third reading, presented by Mr. Kallen Morrison, our manager of legislative services.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Today, administration is seeking for third reading of the amending procedural bylaw as amended. Reviewing all the notes we've received from Council, there's a few things we've changed, mostly formatting and the numbering of sections of the bylaws. Councillor Sambo mentioned something about looking into the word delegation as a defined word in the procedural bylaw. We looked into it and we've concluded that the public participation part of the bylaw is different enough than the public input section of the bylaw. Word delegation is decidedly important to have because it's a more formal process involving the CAO's approval and whatnot, presentation and whatnot. So the amendment, content change for the bylaw itself is that we've added to Schedule B 3 standing A section I being standing committees, and we've added 3 subsections, one being school sites, the other one being recreation, and the other one being committee updates. With that, we are seeking a motion to give bylaw 023-24 being the amending procedural bylaw, third and final reading as amended.
Thank you. Just before we do that, I think it's important just to highlight what you were just saying. What this means is council, it is the wish of council at this time, because these are such important items. So our school sites, recreation, as well as the work that's going to be done in committee and bringing that committee work back. These are going to remain as standing items on our GAP meetings so that we are constantly coming back with where we are at in the process, letting people know and ensuring that we are moving the ball forward on these particular issues because I believe that Deputy Mayor Grant said it best a couple of meetings ago where he pointed out that we need to move forward and we need to get this going, and so that's why there's a desire from council to have these stand as standing items on our GAP meeting. So thank you for those additions and for that explanation.
Mr. Mayor, if I might just
Yes, please.
offer one comment. Understanding item 3, committee updates, many councils list every single board and committee to be reported on. I would suggest that would not be the approach this council would take. But if members of council who sit on those boards and committees could identify that they have a report to bring forward, that they would let the manager of Ledge Services know. So the item could be actually on the agenda, and any accompanying documentation, a report or committee board minutes could be attached. That would make for a far smoother functioning Governance and Priorities Committee meeting.
Yes, I agree. I don't think we're going to list them and speak to each one each time. I think that what you're saying there is the exact desire that we're looking for, is that as a meeting happens, that comes back. Because I think we're about to demonstrate the importance of committee work and how effective committee work, and having council working with public, or just some of our committees that are internal, that we're going to be able to move a lot of projects forward. And I'm excited about the ones, especially the ones that we're putting forward today. I'm excited for what's about to happen. It's feels a little bit like Christmas Eve and Christmas morning's coming, as we're about to really get started on some really good things. So with that, I'd like to call for...
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, just one final thing. Because Council agenda and Governance and Priorities Committee agenda are Schedules A and B to your bylaw, you can change those agenda at any time to suit your needs and your wishes without going back and amending the bylaw. That's the beauty of the structure of this bylaw. So feel free going forward. If something's not working or if you want to change it, just do it by resolution.
Well, and also within that, so these are the standing items, and then what we're going to do is, as we come together, so just as a transparency thing, what happens is, at our agenda prep meetings that involve Ledge Services, myself, and the CAO, is what happens is all of the items are there, and then if there's not a particular item for that day, we just remove it from the agenda. But this is to demonstrate what our intent is for what we would have, so that and it acts as really good reminders for us on the projects that we're wanting to move forward, and the important work that we're doing as a council. So with that, I would like to call for a motion for third reading for the bylaw. Councillor Schindler?
Motion that council give, or sorry, I move that council give third and final reading to bylaw number 023-24, being an amendment to the procedural bylaw as amended. That sounds.
Yep.
Sounds a little bit, okay.
Yep. Any comments or questions?
As amended, got it.
Call for the vote. And that's carried. Thank you, Council. Moving on now to, and thank you, Kallen. Moving on now to reports for decision. Our first one is the Mayor's Task Force for Not-for-Profits, presented by Ruby Barr, Manager of Community Services.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. So I'm Ruby, Community Services Manager, and today I'm here looking for a motion that Council approve and accept the terms of reference created for the Mayor's Task Force for Nonprofits. So just some subject and background. As directed by Council at the July 9th regular meeting of Council, administration was tasked with the creation of a Mayor's Task Force for Nonprofits terms of reference. Administration is presenting the final draft of the terms of reference with amendments requested at the August 20th, 2024 Governance and Priorities Committee meeting for approval at the August 27, 2024 regular meeting of Council. So just to conclude, administration is looking for a motion that Council approve and accept the terms of reference created for the Mayor's Task Force for Nonprofits.
Great, thank you. I would like to call for the motion, please. Can I have Councillor Narayan?
Move that Council approve and accept the terms of reference created by the for the Mayor's Task Force for Nonprofits.
Comments, questions? I'll call for the vote. Need you guys to push some buttons. Oh, there we go. Now it's coming. Awesome. And that's carried. I believe we have one more motion with regards to this. They didn't tell you? Oh, we're about to create so much work for you right now.
I'm so excited.
Just kidding. So what we're going to do after each one of these is we want to start to populate these with the counselors, so that also then we are going to go to advertising them, so that then we can start to populate with public as well. So for this one, currently we are looking at a motion to appoint myself and Councillor Randhawa to this task force. So I'd like to have a councillor make the motion, please. Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council appoint Mayor Shannon Dean and the Councillor Kiran Randhawa to Mayor's Task Force for Nonprofit.
Comments or questions? Councillor Sameh.
Thank you, Your Worship. Are other members of council still welcome to attend the meetings, even if we are not appointed?
Yeah, so all councillors can attend. It would come down to the participation and the voting on a motion that's within. So if you were at that meeting, there can be the attendance, but when it comes to if that committee is voting on something, it would be myself and Councillor Randhawa who would actually do the voting at that meeting.
Right. Thank you.
Councillor Warzanowski?
Thank you, Mayor Dean. My question is for Councillor Sandbo. You've heard me speak about having subject matter experts on any committee or any team. With your vast experience, have you considered putting your name forward to be a member of this task force?
Thank you, Your Worship. If I can respond to Councillor Warzanowski through you. I would love to be on this committee, but if I'm being honest, I wish I could be on every committee and every task force. I believe there's other, if the goal is to split up the work, I believe there are other committees that I will be on. But I appreciate having the opportunity to sit in, as I certainly do have opinions and some expertise on this topic.
Absolutely. So with that, I'd like to call for the vote, please. And that's carried. Great. Thank you.
Lovely. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to our next one is the Mayor's Task Force for Recreation, and this one's being presented by Kallen Morrison, our Manager of Legislative Services.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. I'm presenting the Mayor's Task Force for Recreation Terms of Reference on behalf of Kathy Russell, who could not be with us today as she is on vacation. Good for her. No.
Wow. Do you feel better? Yeah, got that off your chest,
Yeah,
Mr. Morrison. Okay,
there
good.
we go. Administration is seeking the motion that Council approve the amended terms of reference created for the Mayor's Task Force for Recreation. At the July 9th, 2024 meeting of Council, Council directed administration to prepare terms of reference for a new Mayor's Task Force for Recreation. For the implications, administration will work with council to determine the most appropriate and expedient recruitment strategies to populate the task force. The risks associated are administration that there are no relevant risks associated with this terms of reference. Related legislation being the City of Chestermere's Committee Guideline Bylaw. Previous council decision, July 9th, August 13th, and August 20th. And once again, we're looking for the motion that council approve the amended terms of references created for the Mayor's Task Force for Recreation.
Great, thank you. I'd like to offer some commentary on this, if I may, just in terms of some pieces that council would like to bring forward as some clarity piece. And just before doing the motion, number one, within because I believe it's going to change the motion, because I believe the motion will be to approve, and I think we're going to be approving as amended, because we're going to make some amendments to it. So through CAO to Lead Services, would you like us to make the motion and then make the amendments first, or speak to the amendments right now? because I can just speak to the amendments now if you like.
Please, if you go ahead, this way the motion will encompass everything.
Perfect. So just some amendments would include, we'd like to change the word CRCA representative to CRCA board member. And I also think, too, timeline-wise, it's important for us to point out some timeline pieces because there is a strong desire that council be heavily involved in this. And I want to assure everyone that all of council is going to be very heavily involved in setting the direction of recreation within the city of Chestermere. This is not a committee is setting all of the direction and then council's along for the ride. This is some advising is going to come back, and then council's going to be doing the heavy lifting of making decisions. And then within that, we're going to have some councillors that are going to be doing a lot of that work and then bringing it back to council, as we talked about with our committee meetings. Within that, though, there is a desire to amend so that we would have 3 councillors on this as opposed to 2. Then we would like to bump it from, on the CRRC piece, from 3 members of the public to 4. And I also think that some things that are important and are this, is that there is a desire from this council to build a new recreation facility. We don't know exactly what that looks like right now. We don't know the budget implications of this. That's the work that's going to be done by this council and through committee. But we all know in this community, we all know that a new recreation facility needs to be built. That's not a question. Every needs assessment has pointed that out. And so I think there's been a little bit of confusion of, well, is this task force going to talk if we need it? It's not if, it's what. And what and how is what we're going to be looking at. 2, that rec facility, we are looking at having it done over in Dawson and Chelsea. We do not have a lot of land available to us, as our planning department would be more than happy to remind us of, that there's not a lot of land. 2, when residents bought in that area, they were told that there was a recreation facility that was going to be going there, and it was part of the overall plan for that area. 3, there is a new high school that's going to be going there that we cannot wait for the ink to dry, so to speak, on some of the conversations that we're having, so that we can bring those announcements forward. And to be able to do some sort of a collaboration between Rocky View Schools and the city of Chestermere on a recreation facility. It's a model that we see everywhere. These are some things that we would love to be looking at through this committee. And so the message that we want to be sending to the community through this work is that this council is committed to improving recreation in our community. We want to hear from you, and we want you to be involved in this process. And I think it has come across loud and clear that this council is not satisfied with the status quo of recreation in our community. I think that is loud and clear. I'm sure that I could turn it over to a few of us here, and that would be echoed immediately, that we are not satisfied with the status quo. And so that's why this work is so important. So timeline-wise, the plan would be to hopefully, with the approval from council, would be to approve this task force today. However, the first meeting of this task force will not happen until after the September 17th GAP meeting. The reason for that is at the September 17th GAP meeting, we would like this to come back to council so that council can have a better opportunity to fully, to further direct what's going to happen as this moves forward. So then, and just to demonstrate again that all of council is going to be involved within this process, so that then our 3 councillors that are on this task force have a really clear mandate from us as council as to what they're going to be working on with the task force. So those would be the comments that I believe that our council has talked about. I believe I've captured everything that I've heard from everyone sitting on this side of the desk. And with that, so the amendments, the specific amendments, again, just so that we have them, the specific amendments in my whole spiel would be that we are changing the number of councillors from 2 to 3. We are changing the public from 3 to 4 for the one subcommittee. And there was one more. Oh, and the CRC, we are changing the word representative to board. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. With that, I would like to call for a motion to approve as amended.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Before we make that approve as amended?
Yeah.
Can we still make amendments?
Yes.
Okay.
So what we'll do is we'll call for the motion. If there's anything else in there that you'd like to see, then we can do that.
Thank you.
Sorry, I need a councillor to make the motion. I almost did it. Deputy Mayor.
I move that council approve the amended terms of reference created for the Mayor's Task Force for Recreation as amended.
Thank you. I believe Councillor Worzanowski has a comment.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I have a few comments, actually. One, I'll start off as a question through the chair and to yourself, Pat, and possibly Mayor Dean, you can also jump in here. When we say 3 council members with a mayor's task force, I know when we had the initial revision of this, of these terms of reference, we did say the mayor and 2 councillors. Does that still mean that the mayor will be part of this task force?
Yeah, so just to answer that really quickly, I can take that if you like, Mr. Vincent. So there is a legislative difference between committees and task forces. Generally speaking, a task force is for a shorter amount of time with a very specific set of goals. And so that's why this is considered to be a task force and not a committee. Secondly, we all have enough work to do. As Councillor Sambo was mentioning a few minutes ago, that we would like to diversify the work that is being done. It is not my intention to be sitting on or attending all of the meetings that are happening with this, because I have every faith in every member of our council that's going to these committee meetings. And I also just took on the Mayor's Task Force for Not-for-Profit, which will be more than enough work in itself on top of the already scheduled duties of the mayor. So what I would be suggesting is that these 3 councillors will be the ones attending the meetings and then coming back to all of us with that approval. With the recommendations.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. And through the chair to Mr. Vincent, is there any concern for a majority if Mayor Dean does come to these task force meetings?
Mayor Dean and members of council, I think the mayor explained earlier in response to Councillor Sambo's question with regards to attending the task force for nonprofits. If any member of council attends, they're more than welcome to, but they would have no privilege to vote on any item. So no problem from my perspective at all, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Vincent, and through the chair, through you again. There is still the comment of ex officio members, both for the CRCA board member and councillors. Will that send potentially the wrong message to our residents, because we as council have an enthusiasm for recreation, but so do our residents, and we want to encourage residents, members at large, to be on this task force and not it being a council task force exclusively by majority, ex officio or not.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, I think it sends a very strong signal to the community of the importance of these particular task force, and twofold. One, now that they're included as standing committees on council's governance and priorities agenda, and by virtue of the fact of the interest and support. So whether or not a member, the mayor in particular, sitting as ex officio, I think just further enhances that support and that view in the community.
Deputy Mayor?
I'd like to make a comment about this, actually. It's no secret that Chestermere has struggled with recreation for many years now. We always seem to be able to get in our own way, to the detriment of this community. And I just want to say that those days are over, and that we're going to engage with the public, we're going to engage with stakeholders, and we're going to move forward, and we're going to get this done right away for the community, because we have to.
And I echo that, and for me, this is step 1, right? This is step 1 for us to be able to move forward, and step 2 is going to be at the GAP meeting, and then steps 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 are going to be coming as this committee gets going. Councillor Schindler?
I just want to add a little bit to the end of what Deputy Mayor Grant just said. Not only because we have to, but because we absolutely want to, and we need to.
It's a great point.
And I just also want to say to anyone that's wants to come into these task force ex officiato, that is it is a very noble thing to do. You can have your voice heard in that regard. You may not be able to vote, but it's still a very important way to engage in these proceedings going forward. You will be taken account of.
Absolutely. Councillor Randawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have only one question. Whoever would like to answer, I'd be happy. All other task force and stuff has two member of council. If we all have a privilege, we can go, everybody can go there and check. Why we have to choose in this one 3? Why we cannot stick with the 2 model then?
Yeah, I can answer that. So what's happened with this is what I wanted to be able to do, what I was attempting to do was speaking to all of the concerns that were heard within our council as to what was the best way to start to move forward. And based on what I had heard from everyone, this was what was the feeling in terms of being able to move this forward. So our options then is what we could do is we could take this motion off the floor and we could make a motion of do we want 2 and do we want 3 and start to vote that way. That would not be my preference. My preference would be to move forward with the motion as it is and allow this committee to get going because again, the first meeting will happen after the GAP meeting. But even then, too, those councillors can start to encourage members that they know from the public to start applying to be on this committee and really start going. So my encouragement to this council would be to vote on this motion. And perhaps if a reason for voting no is that you feel like it should be 2 and not 3, then you could vote accordingly. But my vote would be, and my hope would be that we'd be able to move forward with this motion and pass this motion as currently written. So with that, I would actually like to call for the vote on the motion. Deputy Mayor, did you make this motion? Deputy Mayor, can you restate the motion, please?
I move that council approve the amended terms of reference created for the Mayor's Task Force for Recreation as amended.
Thank you. And call for the vote. Great, thank you. And that's carried. I believe we have one more motion then associated with this. Can I have somebody read this motion, please? Councillor Narayan.
Move that Council appointed Deputy Mayor Grant, Councillor Janelle Sanbo, and Councillor Tasha Narayan to Mayor's Task Force for Recreation.
Comments, questions? Councillor Warzanowski.
I just want to make one comment. Thank you, Mayor Dean. In the just recently approved TOCs, it says that Mayor Dean to appoint a chair. I believe. I believe that's what every task force says. In regards to this motion that's before us, I just would like to recommend to yourself, Mayor Dean, that Deputy Mayor Grant be considered as the chair of this committee.
Thank you. I believe that would be a different step, so I appreciate the encouragement. I don't believe that would affect this motion at the time, so I think we should do this motion, and then those decisions can be made moving forward. But I appreciate the recommendation for sure.
Mayor Dean, may I suggest you could simply add to this motion, and after the Mayor's Task Force for Recreation, and that Deputy Mayor Grant be appointed the chair.
I'm good with that. Council? Nodding. See, thumbs up. Okay, yep. So then, Councillor Narayan, can you, if you're comfortable with that, can you restate the motion, please?
Certainly. So move that Council appointed Deputy Mayor Grant, Councillor Janelle Sanbo, Councillor Tasha Narayan to Mayor's Task Force for Recreation.
After recreation. So the and is going to come after recreation.
At the end of the sentence.
Yeah. and Deputy Mayor Grant be appointed
Chair.
chair.
So I'll just read the whole thing again.
Yes, please, Councillor Ryan.
Yeah. I move that council appointed Deputy Mayor Grant, Councillor Janelle Sandbo, Councillor Ratashin Ryan to Mayor's Task Force for Recreation, and Deputy Mayor Grant to be appointed chair.
Great, thank you. Comments, questions? Call for the vote. Great, and that's carried. Our next one, and we'll do one more here before a short recess. Deputy Mayor
Excuse me, Mayor
rotation
Dean.
schedule presented by Mr. Kallen Morrison. Oh, sorry, Councillor Sambo.
Do we need to do the same thing for the Mayor's Task Force for not-for-profits as well, appoint a chair?
Mr. Vincent? Okay, maybe let's, we can even look at that over recess and come back to it. Okay. Sorry, Deputy Mayor rotation. Mr. Morrison.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. And today, administration is seeking the motion that Council adopt option 1 for the rotation of the Deputy Mayor as outlined in attachment 1. Emily, if you could bring up both attachments, please. Pursuant to section 1521B of the Act, being the MGA, Council must appoint one or more councillors as Deputy Mayor so that the position will be filled at all times. Traditionally, the tenure of the Deputy Mayor has either been 4 or 8 months. This has ensured that all councillors have the opportunity to serve as Deputy Mayor at least once during their term on Council. As the current electoral term is shorter than usual, July 2024 to October 2025, the typical 4 or 8 months term will not allow for sufficient time for each councillor to serve as Deputy Mayor. With only 475 days, starting with Deputy Mayor Grant's appointment on July 3rd, 2024 to October 20th, 2025, remaining in this term, it is in the interest of all councillors to have the opportunity to fill the role as Deputy Mayor. A unique rotation schedule is needed. After calculating the numbers, there are 2 options. Both options are option 1, which is council's preferred one, or administration's preferred, so every 2.5 months. The numbers don't necessarily line up, but they do all align on a Tuesday during a council meeting, so the mayor can announce to the public and all of council when the transition has happened. Option 2 is every 79 days. Even though it's a little closer, there are still inconsistencies such as 80 and 81 days. However, administration would suggest option 1 over option 2 because a lot of the transition days are on Fridays or Sundays. They're kind of awkward days to have a transition, especially for a title so esteemed as the Deputy Mayor. Regardless of the option 1 or option 2, the transition will happen at 9 a.m. For consistency's sakes. Also, it makes sense for option 1, beginning of a new council meeting, new Deputy Mayor. So with that, we are looking for the motion that council adopt option 1 for the rotation of the Deputy Mayor as outlined in attachment 1.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, Mr. Morrison was very kind when he said the administration would suggest. No, I am strongly recommending to you option 1 for your consideration.
Sorry. With that, I'd like to call for the motion, please. Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. Motion that council adopt option 1 for the rotation of the Deputy Mayor as outlined in attachment 1, and I'll add as amended. If I may, because I noticed just one date, I believe ends on a Sunday, and we could move it. Maybe I got that wrong.
There was one on a Wednesday, yeah.
Yeah, I believe it was Councillor Schindler's term. I believe the correct changeover date, if I wrote that down right, would be July 28th, 2025. 29th? Oh, right, because it would be the Tuesday. I was assuming Mondays.
Good catch. Thank you. Any other comments, questions with regards to this motion? Great. With that, I'll call for the vote.
I'm sorry, I have to vote no. There's another change,
There is another change, sorry.
but it'll still be carried anyway.
Great. And that's carried.
At the end of this month, there's 23rd, it's on a Monday. But actually, that's correct, because we have council that day.
That's correct. Yeah.
Is that
Yeah.
what you were thinking of?
Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. No, I just looked at my schedule. I also take my appointment on July 30th. We have council that day as well.
That's the one we changed. That was when we
But
amended. We backed it up. On the 29th.
Oh, on the finishing day. Okay, good. Well,
Yeah. Yeah, we
glad
backed
it was
that up.
carried then. Thank you.
Yep. Great. Thank you. I believe we had an answer to Councillor Sambo's question, which was about appointing a chair for the Mayor's Task Force for Not-for-Profits.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, on page 96 of today's agenda package, under the terms of reference, membership composition number 1, chairperson appointed by the mayor. So we should go back to that item, and we had 2 members of council appointed, and so we need a second motion now to appoint one of those 2 members of council as the chair to the task force.
Councillor Randall, if it is okay with you, I would like to chair this committee. Well, that was easy. So we need a motion to, we've already got this motion complete. So then I believe we just need a separate, not an adding to, we just need to make a separate motion. So motion that council appoint Mayor Dean as chair. Yep, that. Nope. Don't do that. Councilor Wars and I would be very upset with you.
Yes.
Councilor Rondau, would you like to make this motion?
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Motion that council appoint Mayor Dean as a chair for the Mayor's Task Force for Nonprofit.
Great, thank you. Comments, questions? Call for the vote. And that's carried. With that, I would just like to take a 10-minute recess, and we'll come back at 10:25. Thanks, everybody. We are getting some heavy lifting done today. Right. Let's go. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. Just coming out of recess here and moving on now to policy number 800-852, Council's Public Input Policy, presented by Kallen Morrison, Manager of Legislative Services. Good morning again, Kallen.
Good morning again, Mr. Mayor and Council. Today, we're bringing the amended Council's Public Input Policy. At the the motion that we're looking for is motion that Council adopt Policy 800-852, being Council's Public Input Policy as amended. I understand one section just needs 2 words fixed, but before we get to that, at the August 20th, 2024 Governance and Priorities meeting, Council provided feedback to administration with regards to written submissions, registration, limits of how many times a resident can speak, and how to prevent people from spreading hateful speech and other inappropriate language. Administration has amended the policy to incorporate Council's concerns. Additionally, due to conflicting provisions with the Municipal Government Act, we changed the name from Public Participation Policy to Council's Public Input Policy. And if we can just go through the red line version. So for the policy, we added the written submission. We added a provision registration, register of designated sign-in sheet. It'll be very similar to our public hearing sign-in sheets. It'll just be a sheet of paper up here. When you come up to speak, you provide your name, your address, et cetera, et cetera. For policy section 2D, members of the public must refrain from using personal attacks, derogatory, defamatory statements, and other statements that promote discrimination against any person or class, or are likely to expose anyone to hatred or contempt in accordance with the Human Rights Act, RSA 2000, CA 25.5. If we go to section H of the same, provision H of the same section, members of the public can only speak to an item on the agenda or community issue once per council meeting. That's not to stop people from coming back to another council meeting to talk about the same item, especially with standing items being introduced to our governance and priority meetings, such as school and recreation. We just want to add some clear language, so it's not to limit people from only speaking to it once every 3 months or every 6 months. They're allowed to come back every council meeting. If we go to section 3D, the change that's being made is that we are removing the words "that contain," and we're making it consistent with the other provision and adding the words "must refrain." So it makes grammatical sense. It's more consistent that way. And with that, the rest of the policy was attached to the agenda package, and we are seeking motion that Council adopt Policy 800-852, being Council's Public Input Policy as amended.
Thank you. I'd like to call for the motion, please. Can I have a councillor read the motion in, please? Deputy Mayor.
I move that Council adopt Policy 800-852, being Council's Public Input Policy as amended.
Any comments or questions? Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. When I was reading through this, I was imagining a scenario. So under Section 3, Policy 2H, members of the public can only speak to an item on the agenda or community issue once per meeting of council. I'm imagining a scenario where a very mean council might create an agenda with many important issues on it, whereby members of the public could only choose one to have an opinion on and speak on. And wondering if there's another way to word that would allow for dense agendas that may have a few important issues people may want to speak on.
So I interpret that as they can only speak to an item once, but they can speak to multiple items. Yeah.
Through the
That's
chair.
what we had talked about, was that you can only speak to an item once. You can't keep going on an item, but you could speak to multiple items because it's an item.
For clarity, Mr. Mayor, members of council, I think if you just insert the word once, so it reads, members of the public can only speak once to an item on the agenda or committee meeting, once per meeting of council. This way it gives you a definition that, okay, you spoke to that item, fine, you can't speak to it any longer, but if there's another
Correct.
item on the agenda, I think that clarity might assist.
Mayor Dean, I would appreciate that small change. I think that makes sense under the interpretation you're giving.
Yeah, thank you. Councilor Warzanowski?
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Further to Councillor Sandbo's comment, because we have such good dialogue both with our public and council, administration, etc., may I suggest to even add more clarity if there was a follow-up question that is relevant, that maybe we also add, at the chair's discretion to the end of H. So if somebody wants to ask another question, you have the discretion to say, yeah, and they'll have to ask you, may I ask another question? And the chair says, yeah, go right ahead.
Sure. I mean, we can add that. I think it's implied throughout everything, right? Throughout our procedural bylaw. Basically, there's so much that's right within our procedural bylaw. So I have no problem with adding that, but it's certainly implied in all of our legislative documents that it's at the chair's discretion.
I would.
Your mic turned off.
Because it says once and once per meeting. So it actually contradicts the procedural bylaw specifically, and in contracts that would contradict the procedural bylaw. It's always up to the chair, you're right, in all of our procedural bylaws, but this would add that clarity, I think.
Sure. The only one that I would like to see added was under 2E. I believe the word regular should be inserted after 4, so it's 4 regular meetings of council.
Through the chair, do you not want public input at special meetings or government?
No, we have it. So at regular meetings of council, the public must. Oh, I see what you're saying. For meetings, no, because I think that's a great question. We haven't really considered that before. Special meetings to me are different because we're calling it for a really specific reason, and plus you're not supposed to be adding items to an agenda, right? So I would say at a special meeting of council, I would actually suggest that no, we're not doing that because of the nature of a special meeting agenda. So it's at regular meetings and at governance and priorities. I think that's plenty of opportunity. I would also suggest that we are going to utilize special meetings in the way that they are intended, which is for an emergent item that needs to be handled in between a time, not on a regular basis. I anticipate that they will be a rarity with this council. So, yeah, Councillor Warzanowski.
Just another small comment in regards to Section 3, Number 2A, register on the designated sign-in sheet. Mayor Dean, and through you and administration and Mr. Morrison, you mentioned it during your introduction that on the sign-in sheet it does have a place to put your name and address. I'd like to suggest that we add the word address such that we can at least have some validation that they are residents of the city of Chestermere.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, to you and through you to all of council, I don't think that would be necessary, Councillor. The registration sheet would automatically include that particular information. So we have name, address, email contact, phone number. So we have all that. People will be free to, because it is personal information, to sign in and include all that information, but certainly need their name and address.
Thank you, and through the chair to you, Mr. Vincent. I'm happy with that. Great. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Councillor Sameh.
Thank you, Your Worship. Could just on H, could I just read out what we've decided on that one and make sure that's correct? So it would be members of the public can only speak once per item on the agenda or community issues. Strike once per meeting of council or at the chair's discretion.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a great wording. Thank you for capturing that. With that, then, can we have the motion reposted, please? Motion goes. I apologize. Was the deputy mayor that read this in? Would you like to restate the motion, please?
I would love to. I move that council adopt policy 800-852 being council's public input policy as amended.
Great, thank you. And with that, we'll call for the vote.
Just a point of order before we vote, Mayor Dean. May I suggest that we list the amendments as part of this motion, like we have in the past?
Sure. We'll give administration some time to do that.
So those amendments, Mr. Mayor, will be item number 2E with the word regular inserted. So if we can type out that entire clause.
Your worship, I believe that one would be 3.2.E for clarity.
There's a double word there, will. Remove the duplication, please. And Mr. Morrison, if we might start that area with 3, Roman letter 3, and the heading policy. Capital, please. Yeah. So if we may make 2 small corrections, the capital E in 3.2.E, if it could be lowercase. Yeah, please. And the same thing with H. Thank you very much. I think we got it.
Good. Okay. Oh, there's one more change. Can you, Councillor Schindler, can you turn your mic on, please?
Oh, yeah, sorry. 3.3.D, written submissions must refrain from containing personal attacks, etc. As opposed to written submissions that contain personal attacks.
So if council's happy, we can stop at that point and just put periods. Just put period, space, period, space, period. Okay, and it's refrain.
Sorry.
Great. Have we captured it correctly, Councillor Schindler?
Should be one more word. Must refrain from.
From.
There we go.
There.
And then it's actually not contain, containing. Must refrain from contain personal attacks doesn't sound correct.
Right. So after the word from, we need the word containing.
Sorry, at the end of, yeah, there. Yep, there you go. Containing. I believe that sounds a little better.
Okay.
That's it.
And go back to put contained that you just deleted up top on 3.2.e. There we go.
Good to know. Deputy Mayor, you want to go for the hat trick on this one here?
See if I can get it right this time. I move that council adopt policy 800-852, being council's public input policy, with the following amendments. 3.2.e, for regular meetings of council, comments from the public must address items contained within the current agenda, but may not be made in relation to an item that has been heard or will be heard in a public hearing. 3.2.h, members of the public can only speak once to an item on the agenda or community issue per meeting, or at the discretion of the chair. Item 3.3.d, written submissions must refrain from containing ...
Mr. Morrison, just in the First Amendment, after the word council, comments in lowercase, please. Thank you very much.
Comments, questions?
Just thank you, Mayor Dean. One small one is just quotes in the last 3.3.d. Thank you.
Other comments, questions? Okay, call for the vote. The results didn't come. The results. We're doing it again? Yeah. Okay, we're voting again. And that's carried. Thank you. Moving on now. I believe we are moving on to the rescheduling of September 24th regular meeting of council presented by Mr. Pat Vincent.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. A regular meeting of council is scheduled for September 24th of 2024. The mayor and council will be attending the Alberta Municipalities Convention in Red Deer from September 24th to 27th, therefore necessitating change of a date. We respectfully submit council approve rescheduling the regular meeting of council date of September 24th of 2024 to Monday, September 23rd, 2024, due to the Alberta Municipalities Convention in Red Deer. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. I'd like to call for the motion. Councilor Warzanowski.
Motion that council approve the rescheduling of the regular meeting of council date of September 24th, 2024 to September 23rd, 2024 due to the Alberta Municipalities Convention in Red Deer.
Should be an easy one, but comments, questions? A call for the vote. Great, thank you, and that's carried. Next item, I apologize, Mr. Vincent, Mr. Morrison. I neglected to make the notes on when we had made those additional items. Were they next, the additional items that we made to the agenda? Were they 7.7 and 7.8, or were they coming after 8.3?
That's correct. 7.7 and 7.8.
Great, thank you. So, Mr. Morrison, if I'm making you, remind me which one is going to be 7.7 again, please?
Appointments, Your Worship. And 7.8 is council report card.
Thank you, Mr. Vincent. And I believe appointments is going to be presented by Mr. Morrison.
It will actually be presented by Kallen Kelly.
Ah, perfect. Thank you.
Your worship, point of order, I believe we've missed 7.6.
Yep, I see what I just did. I skipped over that one and then was going to 7.7 and 7.9. I see what I did now. So yeah, so we are on 7.6, Joint Planning Area 2 Trilateral Committee, presented by Colin Kelly. Sorry, Colin, Sorry, man, I was not trying to, leave you out on purpose, not, creating a complex there for you, right?
All right. Good morning, Mayor and Council, and apologies. I do have allergies today, so if you hear me pause or anything, that is why. So today I am seeking a motion that Council appoint 2 council members to the Joint Planning Area 2 Trilateral Committee. The Calgary Metropolitan Region Board Growth Plan requires participating municipalities in an identified joint planning area to jointly develop a context study by August 15th, 2025. A context study is a non-statutory background report that is intended to guide the development of a joint planning area. The outcomes of the context study will inform new municipal statutory plans and amendments to the growth plan, as well as guide future CMRB decision-making. This report relates to JPA2, shown on map 1, which is a preferred growth area in the growth plan, and includes a portion of the city of Chestermere, the city of Calgary, and Rocky View County. The context study may explore various aspects related to the growth, development, and servicing of the Joint Planning Area 2. The growth plan allows for flexibility in what a context study may explore, as each joint planning area has unique circumstances, opportunities, challenges, and existing relationships with participating municipalities. The Trilateral JPA2 Committee consists of 6 elected officials with 2 members appointed from each municipal council. The Trilateral JPA2 Committee is responsible for providing overall direction to administration on most matters pertaining to the draft context study that will ultimately be brought to each municipal council for approval. The next JPA2 meeting is scheduled for September 20th from 1 to 2:30 p.m. and will be hosted by the City of Calgary. For implications, the JPA2 terms of reference approved by Council on April 25th, 2023 included an initial budget of $25,000 to fund the Phase 2 context study gap analysis, which has since been paid in the 4th quarter of 2023. The resulting gap analysis report is anticipated to include recommended action items that may require a future funding request from each municipality. The costs associated with future action items would depend on the direction of the elected Trilateral JPA2 committee members and ultimately the budget approval of each respective council. And as far as regional implications, the CMRB requires the JPA2 context studies to be completed by August 15th, 2025, and will inform new municipal statutory plans, amendments to the regional growth plan, and CMRB decision-making associated with the Joint Planning Area 2. And for previous decisions, in September 12th, 2023, motion was carried that Council appoint then Councillor Dean and former Deputy Mayor Hanley to the JPA Trilateral Committee, with former Councillor Fote as an alternate. And January 9th, 2024, the motion was carried to appoint the official administrator to the Joint Planning Area 2 Trilateral Committee as an appointed official. And I'm happy to answer any questions or receive any comments from Council and Mayor.
Great, thank you. I believe we're at a point where we're able to move to the motion to appoint 2 of our councillors to this committee. I'd like to call for that motion, please.
So, Mr. Mayor, is there also a requirement to appoint an alternate, and is that part of the motion as well?
Yeah, so I was going to ask that when the motion came up here about appointing these 2 councillors, and I was going to ask if it would be a separate motion for the alternate. Council, my suggestion for the alternate for this one would be Councillor Warzanowski as the alternate for this committee, but wanted to open that up for conversation. Just looking at the disbursement and where everybody is, I would suggest Councillor Warzanowski serve as the alternate. Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Just a question in regards to the JPA2 in consideration that I may be also the alternate to the CMRB, will that create a conflict, or will it be in support of this? And if so, should I be considered as a potential member as opposed to an alternate to make sure that we have consistency, that in consideration that I'm also on the intermunicipal, both for the city of Calgary and Rocky View County? Just to ensure we have coverage on the JPA too, with respect to the other committees that may be involved in the relationship with the JPA too.
Mr. Mayor, through the chair to all members council, I would suggest that it would be a supportive role for sure, and consistency is paramount in dealing with the Calgary Metropolitan Region Board and all the subcommittees. So the city's interests would be well served with Councillor Wojanowski sitting on this particular committee, in my opinion.
Okay. Sue? So then the question would go to Councillor Narayan and Councillor Schindler. Would one of you like to serve as the alternate instead of the appointment? Okay. Okay. So, Councillor Ryan?
Thank you, through your worship. So I already have an existing relationship with a lot of the other members of this committee, with other municipalities. So I think there's definitely that relationship that's already there. So I think I would be, pretty seamless fit. That's how I like to think. So I would, depending on how council feels, I'd definitely like to stay on this.
For now, as we get going, I would like to leave the motion this way to see us get going, to have that spreading out of the work. Having been on this committee and not on, I do believe that we're going to have really good communication coming back from our committees. And so my personal preference would be to leave the motion as is and appoint Councillor Wojanowski as the alternate. And we can always make a change should we see a need to in the future. Okay. So then, can I have somebody state the motion, please? Councillor Randhawa?
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council appoint Councillor Robert Schindler and Councillor Ritesh Narayan to the Joint Planning Area 2 Trial Committee and the Councillor Rob Wojanowski as the alternate.
Great, thank you. We'll call for the vote. Great, thank you. That's carried. With that then, now that I'm not skipping over Kallen, sorry again for, just leaving you out. I believe, sorry.
I would like to take a moment through your worship to all of council to acknowledge that Kallen, who is a very valued member of our planning team, has submitted his resignation. And while I truly do want to cry over this,
What?
he is making a life change and moving to a different province. And so this is very likely the last presentation he will give to council. And I would just like to acknowledge that he's been a great team member. We will greatly miss him and wish him the best in his next adventure.
Thank you, Liz.
Which province are you going to? Ontario. Oh. Good luck. Thank you. Thank you for that. With that, I believe we're on now to 7.7, which is committee appointments. And are you leading this then, Mr. Morrison?
Through the chair, there hasn't been a presentation prepared. We just have motions. So
Sure. Do we just want to bring those up then?
We were just reading the motions.
Sure, that's great. So can we have the first motion, please? Great, thank you. So this is for our Chestermere Economic Development Advisory Committee. So this is to appoint the 2 councillors to that committee. Can I have a councillor read the motion? Councillor Narayan.
Thank you. Move that council appoint Deputy Mayor Grant and Councillor Robert Zanowski to the Chestermere Economic Development Advisory Committee.
Comments or questions? Councillor Sameh.
Thank you, Your Worship. I endorse these appointments, but I wanted to offer to fellow members of council for these upcoming appointments, these 3 in a row. I know some members of council are sitting on more boards than I am, and I do feel I have some extra time. So if anybody wanted to swap out, I'd be open to that, but I endorse these appointments.
Great, thank you. Also for clarity, just a reminder that the terms of reference for this one has Nimish Patel as the chair for this committee. So our Economic Development Officer will be the chair for this particular committee. With that, if there's no more comments or questions, I would like to call for the vote. Oh, Councillor Warzanowski.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Dean. In respect to the terms of reference, because not in front of us, does it say the position or does it have Nimish's name on there? Because we should ensure that the position has the chair.
Yeah.
Thank you.
With that, call for the vote. Great, and that's carried. Next motion, Kallen. Oh, thank you. Can I have someone make the following motion for appointing Councillor Warzanowski as an alternate to the CMRB? Deputy Mayor Grant.
I move that council appoint Councillor Rob Warzanowski as alternate to the Calgary Metropolitan Regional Board.
Thank you. Comments, questions? Call for the vote. Great, thank you. And do you have one more there, Mr. Morrison? Yes, perfect.
Sorry, there will be 2 additional motions. One to remove Councillor Schindler from the committee and to appoint Councillor Sambo to the committee.
Correct. Okay, can I have someone make the following motion, please? Councillor Schindler.
I move that council remove myself, Councillor Robert Schindler, from the Grant Adjudication Committee, effective immediately.
Great, thank you. Comments, questions? I'll call for the vote. Great, and that's carried. And next motion.
Just a point of order, Mayor Dean. On the last appointment for the CMRB, just correct my last name spelling. Thank you, Nimish.
Okay, and then motion for appointing Councillor Sambo to the Grant Adjudication Committee. Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that council appoint Councillor Janelle Sanbo to the Grant Adjudication Committee, effective immediately.
See, you were looking for more work. We took care of it in one meeting. And comments, questions? Call for the vote. Nope, still haven't voted. Oh, there you go. Thank you. And that's carried. I believe that's all the appointments we had. Is that correct, Mr. Morrison?
That is correct.
And checking with council, I believe that covered everything that we were looking for appointments. Is that correct? Great. Okay, so moving on then to item 7.8, which was the council report card, and I believe that this is being presented by interim CAO, Mr. Pat Vincent.
Thank you very much, Mayor Dean.
Before we get the report card from the principal, I want you to remember all the nice things we said about you at the beginning of the meeting before you deliver our report card.
You take the bad venison with a smile. Yeah. This RFD was circulated prior to council meetings. The council has a copy of it. The interim CEO has had the distinct honor and pleasure of serving the city of Chestermere as its interim CEO since December 4th of 2023. During the time since the municipal by-election on June 24th, I have worked closely with Mayor and Council and have observed how they performed and functioned. The interim CEOs have taken the initiative and liberty to rate how I perceive Council as a whole has performed. As a result, I have produced the attached Council report card to share with Council, the administration, and the residents of the city of Chestermere. So it was prepared today by myself. So the report card. This checklist is intended to provide the City of Chestermere Mayor and Council a quick snapshot of how well Council is functioning for the period of July 3rd to August 27th of 2024. The checklist has been completed in the spirit of building a stronger municipal organization, the results of which are being shared in an open council meeting as part of council's commitment to open and transparent governance. The findings will only provide a general perception to the members of council regarding council's effectiveness. The completion of this checklist may help to inform council where additional attention is required in order to support a strong and stable environment for conducting the municipality's business. Please note that this checklist is not designed to be a comprehensive assessment of council. It is simply a tool to get a general impression of how you are doing. So the interim CEO has taken the initiative and liberty how I perceive that council as a whole is performing in relation to each of 15 statements listed. And I've done that for the period I've been working with council from July 3rd to August 27th. So the rating scale is strongly agree, neutral, disagree, strongly disagree, or simply don't know. There are 15 statements in the report, and if we could take the time, it'd be my pleasure to go through and comment on the ratings. Number one, council's orientation of newly elected councilors satisfactorily prepares them to understand their authority and to undertake their responsibilities. I give council a 5. I believe that their response to the orientation and what was learned during that time has fully prepared them. Number 2, council is actively involved in developing clear goals and action plans to pursue the direction and priorities of the municipality, resulting from such things as strategic plan or business plans. I rate council 4 simply because we are in the process of finalizing the strategic plan. When that strategic plan is completed and approved by council, I see that rating being increased to 5. All council members understand municipal corporations' mission and the programs and services. I believe you fully do. You've demonstrated that in your conversations and your decision making. Council members demonstrate commitment to the municipality's mission and goals. That's a number 4. And again, it's tied to the strategic plan. Once council has adopted the strategic plan, has clearly articulated the goals then I see the rating increased. 5, council has an effective process for evaluating the performance and supporting continued professional development of administration's staff. I see that 3, simply because council has not had the time to pull their focus their attention, and this will be a key item. I know that you've already discussed with the hiring of the new CEO and ongoing regular conversations and performance evaluation. Council has approved detailed policies to guide the administration in addressing all matters related to municipal staff. Again, we've been reviewing some of the policies still in place, and upon completion of that process, and then scheduling annual reviews of those policies will be important. All of the rest of the items are rated at a 5. And I must say, I'm not a generous marker. Perhaps Mayor Dean was, as he was a teacher. He'd give away A's and A pluses easily. I'm a fairly stiff marker and hold councils to a very high standard. So these do not come easily, but are very reflective. And I won't go through all of them, but I'd like to comment on a few of them. Council has credibility with the ratepayers and other key stakeholders. We've seen that return many, many times already from our community. The investment that they made in yourselves at the polls on June 24th was testament to their belief in you, and you've returned that belief very significantly. Conducting the business of the municipality works well because it is not impaired by personal disagreements between council members. I don't need to say any more than that. So overall, a score of 70 and an average of 4.67. So I don't know if that's an A minus or an A, but it's not quite an A plus yet. I commend. So council may wish to have all councillors and senior management complete this checkup in October. And I think it should be part of a regular review right around your organizational meeting. That's a great time to stop, reflect, take stock of your performance, and it's important council does that on a regular basis. Congratulations, Mayor and Council. You have passed the Pat Vincent test.
Thank you, Mr. Vincent. Appreciate the feedback, and I've said this before. It is an absolute pleasure. I absolutely enjoy waking up and coming to work every day, and part of that reason is the 6 individuals, 3 to my left, 3 to my right, that I get to serve with every single day. Certainly make this a very rewarding experience, and I'm very thankful for the experience of working with this council. I believe we have a motion to accept for information. Is that correct, Mr. Vincent?
That is correct, Your Worship.
Can I have a councillor read that into the record, please? Councillor Schindler?
I move that council accept the interim CAO's council report card as information.
Great, thank you.
And then I have a comment.
Sorry?
I have a comment before we vote
yes,
on this.
Councillor Schindler.
Yeah, first of all, I didn't know we were being graded. Had I known, I probably would have worked a little harder. But this is actually really, really good tool to use for us going forward to certainly provide better feedback from staff and administration to what we're doing more officially as opposed to anecdotally. And that said, I hope to get a really good report card from the citizens of Chestermere as well over the next few months. So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Warzanowski?
Thank you, Councillor Schindler, and through the chair to administration, just because this was an amendment to our agenda, if you could email us this, that would be great. Thank you.
Great. With that, I'd like to call for a vote, please. Yours isn't showing up. And that's carried. Great, thank you. Moving on now to our next three. Item 8.1, the council calendar, presented by Mr. Pat Vincent.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, as mentioned at the CEO council briefing on August 13th, administration advised that a monthly council calendar would be produced and presented at the August 27th regular meeting. The purpose of the council monthly calendar is to serve as a communications tool to keep all of council informed of the multitude of board and committee meetings which are held throughout the month. Members of council are invited to submit information when they notice that specific meetings have not been listed or should be added to the calendar to make it complete. So for your information, we've provided what we know at the present time of the various council governance and priorities, board and committee meetings to which members of council are appointed for the months of September and October. If there's anything missing, if you could please draw it to our attention now. If not, simply ask you for a motion to accept this report as information. This will be a regular monthly agenda item. And again, just to keep council informed, I know we do a lot of communications, but it also lets the public know how busy council actually is with all of the boards and committee work that they are engaged in. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'd like to make a suggestion on this item. Given our day, what the rest of our day looks like, I would actually just like to, at this moment, except for information, council then to communicate through our exec assistant to about some items, because already there are some items that I see. For example, we know that we have 2 different events on September the 7th. We know that there's an event on September the 1st. There's other events that are coming on September the 14th that we've all made commitments to, that we are thinking of planning, plus with our committee meetings. So rather than do that at this time, again, knowing the rest of our schedule today, I would like to simply ask that we call for the motion to accept information and then communicate through Ms. Charity Potter the items that we have on our calendar, and then bring this back at our September 10th council meeting. Councilor Randhawa?
Thank you, Your Worship. In the calendar for the September 19th, we have the golf tournament, and there is a bullets communication meeting as well. And both me and Councilor Narayan will be busy with that. So it's still, that will be there for the September 19th, the meeting for the police communication.
Yeah, so my suggestion, again, this is why I'm making the suggestion that we take this, we look at it. I think that there will need to be some communication then between yourselves and that particular committee to see about moving a date and things like that. So with that, like I said, I'd recommend we accept for information now and then come back with an update on this calendar at the September 10th council meeting. So with that, I'd like to call for the motion, please. Councilor Randhawa?
Thank you, Your Worship. Motion that the council accept September and October 2024 council calendar as information.
Great, thank you. I'd like to call for the vote, please. We can't vote on this one. Well, legislative requirements dictate that all councillors must vote on all motions.
Simply a show of hands, Your Worship.
We could have done it that way too. That's fair. That's fair. We'll try it one more time here. Great, thank you, and that's carried. Our next item here is the Deloitte inspection report presented by Mr. Mike Fluker.
Good morning, Mayor Dean and councillors. My name is Mike Fluker, and I stand before you today wearing my Special Projects Coordinator hat. I will be asking Council to accept the administration report on the summary and status of the recommendations from the Deloitte Inc. City of Chestermere Municipal Inspection Report as information. By way of background, the Honorable Rick McIver, Minister of Municipal Affairs, released the Deloitte Inc. City of Chestermere Municipal Inspection Report on May 10th, 2024. The Municipal Inspection Report contained 31 findings and 97 recommendations. Subsequently, the official administrator requested the administration to review the municipal inspection report and prepare a summary of the recommendations contained in the report and the actions that have been taken and are planned to be taken to address each of these recommendations. Administration has now completed a second review. An update has been prepared and a spreadsheet itemizing each of the recommendations and the status of the actions taken or planned to be taken. A copy of that spreadsheet is attached to this request for decision. Since the Deloitte Inc. City of Chestermere Municipal Inspection Report was issued, administration has been reviewing and responding to the report recommendations. As evidenced under the heading Action Taken in the spreadsheet, administration has dutifully been addressing the report recommendations, recognizing the need for improvement to attain the gold standard in municipal organizational excellence. The approach to addressing the municipal inspection report recommendations is threefold. Immediate and near-term issues, moderate and medium-term issues, and certainly the longer-term issues, and those are typically the ones that require some type of annual review. The spreadsheet summary of actions includes the person who will take the lead in addressing the recommendations, the staff assigned to accomplish the task, the actions being taken or that have been taken, resources that may be required, and a diary date for completion of the task. The implications surrounding this report are simply these: undertaking and completing the recommendations from the Deloitte Inc. City of Chestermere Municipal Inspection Report will demonstrate commitment to the City of Chestermere residents and to the Minister of Municipal Affairs that the city is earnest in addressing the multitude of issues the municipality has faced in the past, and in moving forward in creating a solid foundation on the road to the gold standard of municipal organizational excellence. So as of today's date, 39 of the 97 recommendations have been completed, and the balance should be completed by November 1st. So we're well down the road to completing the recommendations. If as we go forward, if anyone has any questions, I'm happy to try and answer them here today. Some of these might require a more detailed explanation, and I'm happy to address that in a personal meeting or through email at your convenience. I think it's worth stating that the risk in not recognizing the report and the recommendations are simply this: it would condemn the municipality to repeating the past. So with that, I would ask Council to accept the administration report on the summary and status of the recommendations from the Deloitte Inc. City of Chestermere Municipal Inspection Report as information.
Thank you. Just before calling for that motion, I just want to say a huge thank you to the work that the staff and administration is putting in to this work. It's been incredible how quickly these items are being accomplished, and certainly we appreciate the veracity at which this is getting done and the setting the standard for having this done by the beginning of November is outstanding, as that will give our council and administration to be able to keep moving forward with the other initiatives that we see as so important to our community. So with that, I'd like to call for the motion to accept for information. Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that Council accept the administration report on the summary and status of the recommendations from the Deloitte Inc. City of Chestermere Municipal Inspection Report as information.
Comments, questions? Councillor Warzanowski.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. I just want to add a quote because I haven't in maybe a few meetings. Those that don't learn from history are doomed to repeat it. So I'm thankful to the administration, council, our community that we're looking forward, and glad that we can learn from the past such that we can do just that.
Absolutely. Great. With that, I'd like to call for the vote. And that's carried. Thank you, Mr. Fluker. Appreciate it. And our second to last item here would be 8.3, Bylaws 02524, the Animal Control Bylaw, postponing that, this being presented by Mr. Kallen Morrison.
Good morning again, Mayor and Council. Today, administration is seeking the motion that Council defer Bylaw 025-24, being the Animal Control Bylaw, and accept this report as information and bring back to Council by the end of September 2024. At the August 6, 2024 Governance and Priorities meeting of Council, administration was directed to review and update Bylaw 018-14, being the Animal Control Bylaw. After reviewing the bylaw, administration found that the bylaw is complex in nature, and in order to achieve the municipal gold standard, administration finds it necessary to refer Bylaw 025-24 in order to ensure the bylaw is given a thorough review that is needed. The public hearing, for the implications, the public hearing associated with the Bylaw 025-24 will be deferred as well. And we don't see any risk with delaying the bylaw. If anything, we would see a bigger risk for rushing it through. So once again, motion that Council defer Bylaw 025-24, being the Animal Control Bylaw, and accept this report as information and bring back to Council by the end of September 2024. And if I could just say one thing, Vanessa has done a phenomenal job so far with the bylaw. We just need to get it to that gold standard, but so far it should be an exciting bylaw to bring to Council. So thank you.
Great, thank you. Sorry, I apologize. With that, I'd like to call for the motion, please. Someone to read it into the record. Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Just before we call this motion, I'd like to suggest that we actually put a date on here instead of the end of September, just for some specificity and knowing that we'll have a deadline. Can we do that at this time, or can we?
I would actually prefer that we stop doing that practice and start making it a little bit more general, because that provides the flexibility. So we've already run into a couple situations where by having the date, it's actually kind of hindered us a little bit, where we've had to take things, move things, defer. Whereas if we put it this way, it gives the administration, so should they be ready to go for September 10th, they can do September 10th. Should they be ready to go for September 23rd, then they're ready to go for September 23rd. If we put a specific date and they're not, it actually complicates administration's life a little bit more. So having it as a more general it has been a request that has come forward from administration, and I would like to honor the request to make it a little more general.
Okay, I'm okay with that. I'll move that Council defer bylaw number 25-24, being the Animal Control Bylaw, and accepts this report as information and bring it back to Council by the end of September 2024.
Comments, questions? Councillor Sambo?
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Sorry. I'm wondering, given how many things we're currently working on in September and through to the end of the year, with that model you've just suggested, where administration can work on this and when they're ready, bring it forward, if we could push that date a little bit farther back. If I'm interpreting this correctly, this policy would have most impact in the spring and summer. So if we were to address this anytime before spring or summer next year, then it would be appropriate.
Mr. Morrison?
Through the chair to Councillor Sandbo, I'm inclined to agree, although for this particular bylaw, it was council's desire to involve public input as well. So legislative timeline, if we give this bylaw first reading September 10th, we have to wait to advertise for 2 weeks for the public hearing, which will be September. I guess it would have to be after. Anyways, it would have to be after the 23rd, but we can figure that out. But already we're seeing that it's not so simple just bringing it back to next week's meeting. There's timelines associated with this bylaw. Additionally, since I would agree with you, most of this does have to deal with spring and summer and fall. Although there are provisions, especially regarding hens and other outdoor animals, that I think this bylaw will help clear up about proper dwellings for hens to ensure that they're well protected during the cold months.
This is also one that has come up pretty consistently in the 15-minute meetings with the mayor. I am hearing a desire from the community to get this one moving forward. And we also, with regards to that timeline, right, let's say it comes back at September 23rd, instead of September 10th, right? If it's the 23rd, then we're setting, right, because we have asked for public input, and because it's a bylaw, we're going to be doing 3 readings, and I don't anticipate us doing those 3 readings. So I would anticipate us closing this off probably end of October, middle of November is what we're looking at already for a timeline. So it's really just to get first reading done. Good? Good. With that, I'll call for the vote. Great, and that's carried. With that, I'd like to make a suggestion that we take a 5-minute recess before we go into in-camera, give everybody a chance to refresh waters or anything like that. I'm anticipating some conversation here with in-camera. My guess is in-camera will take probably 25 minutes. So anticipated coming back out of in camera at noon. So right now we'd be taking a break till 11:35, coming back. The only motion that's going to be made for anybody in the room that wants to stay, the only motion we're going to make is to go in camera. So feel free to scoot out now if you want to. We'll go in camera at approximately 11:35, hopefully come out of in camera at around noon. Yeah, I'd like to call for the recess. Thank you. Thank you. Just coming back out of recess here, and I'd like to have a motion to go into closed session, please. Can I have a councillor make the following motion? Councillor Randawa?
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council move into closed session at 11:38 a.m. to discuss the following: FOIP Part 1, Division 2, Section 19, confidential, evaluation, and Section 24, privileged information.
Great. Thank you. Call for the vote. And that's carried. Just give Kallen a moment here. Thank you. Just coming out of closed session, I'd like to have someone make the motion that council come out of closed session, please. Councillor Schindler.
I move that council come out of closed session at 12:45 p.m.
Thank you. Call for the vote. Great, thank you. That's carried. Coming out of closed session, we just have one motion that we're going to be making, and the motion is going to be that council direct the CAO to. This is a new motion, Kallen. Thank you. So the motion that council direct the CAO to bring a report to council on the fire service capital budget by the end of September 2024. By the end of September 2024. We're not giving him till December 31st. Thank you. Is that the wording that we were looking for? I believe it was. Great, thank you. Do I have a councillor that can make that motion, please? Councillor Narayan.
I move that council direct the CEO to bring a report to council of the fire service capital budget by the end of September 2024.
Comments, questions? Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Just a question through the chair to the CEO. Is that enough time for you to put together the budget for the fire services?
So for clarity, I'm not going to come with a new budget. I'm going to come with a report on the status of the budget.
Okay, great. Thank you.
A call for the vote. Great, and that's carried. I believe that brings us to the conclusion of our meeting today. I'd like to have a councillor make a motion to adjourn. Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. Motion that the councillor adjourn at 12:45 p.m.
Thank you. Call for the vote. And we're adjourned. Thanks, everybody.
Mommy, it's over.
You wrote the motion. I didn't have to ask a question. Is it enough time? He literally wrote the motion. Just wanted to make sure that it's not time. Sorry.